just 1 second. Gonna check some settings here. Yeah, right. Just had to make sure I was using the right microphone. Yeah. So we're back for more Valkyria Chronicle. Last time we spent some time at the beach unlocking some cute outfits for everyone and doing some very important war stuff that like totally isn't embarrassing to everyone who's been watching. And after that, the Empire decided to put the ass in crevasse. Okay, that kind of sounds better in my head. Anyways, we finally figured out what happened with the Centurion, namely that they decided to drive it into a nice gap, I think. I don't know. And then the Empire tried to bomb us, but luckily we managed to get out of there, and we just got introduced to a new character who, I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of have bad feelings about her. Seems like the kind of addition that would get real annoying real fast, but I guess we should try and find out.
So this is her. She really is. I just don't know anymore. What am I supposed to do? What do I want to do? I can't take this anymore. Someone please, stop me.
Oh, Kai. I didn't know you were in here.
How does she look? Has she woken up at all?
No. I'd better go. I've got something I need to do.
And these days you can't even monologue in peace.
Seriously, is she okay? She seems really out of it.
I'm back, Kai. Thanks for keeping an eye on... Well, this is quite a crowd. Are you all here to visit the Sleeping Beauty?
Doctor, has she not woken up yet?
I'm afraid she's been unconscious since you brought her in. No signs of injury or atrophy, though. She looks fairly young. She might be exhausted on a military ship. I recommend we let her rest for a little while longer.
Just dropping the link to the stream
I wonder if she's one of the civilians
on
we have
Twitter,
on board.
because of course I forgot to do that.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean? I counted them myself. 21 on and 21 off.
Okay, there we go. I mean, if you want to, if you wanted to increase our trust in this, I'm not sure counting, like having Raz be the one to count, would be the way to go, but who knows.
You think she's been here all by herself ever since we dropped off those refugees?
Like, 21 is like one more than he can count using his fingers and toes, and I think that's just like 20 is the upper limit for Raz.
I don't know. I'll have to ask her when she wakes up. Whatever the case, we have no idea why she's on board. The captain will have to talk to her. Or interrogate her.
Interrogation? She's a little girl.
We don't have a choice. We know someone leaked our cruiser's route to the enemy.
You think this girl's an Imperial spy? You're joking.
Not to worry. I'll look after her during the questioning. I won't let her come to any harm.
Let's just hope she's good at pressing the X button a lot. That's all I'm going to say.
If you say so, Doctor.
By the way, it feels like we haven't been picking up speed. How are the engines doing?
Not good. The main reactor has completely shut down.
The Navy guys are all doom and gloom too. Talking about how the mission's gonna be impossible like this. Bunch of wusses.
Don't be so hard on them. They know the ship and its limits better than you do, after all. To be quite honest, I feel the same way. At this rate, I highly doubt we can complete the mission as planned.
You too, Doc?
We're out of the crevasse. The Centurions set a new course for our destination.
I hope I'm not like
reactors are
making
still
any
disabled.
terrible noise by
The
adjusting
ship
the
can
microphone.
barely maintain a
but,
third of its
yeah.
maximum speed. The sea fortress is in our way too. We're closing in. An Imperial base on the Crystal Sea with unbreakable fortifications. Countless artillery emplacements.
Huh?
Captain Morgan knows the risks. Nevertheless, he set a course for the fort instead of bypassing it. No one on board can say for sure whether the Centurion will make it past its so-called unbreakable defenses.
Well,
even if we
they
do,
said the
we have
Titanic
enough
was
left in us to
unsinkable,
make it to
so
the
I
capital.
think
We're short on supplies.
we can
or
take our
manpower.
chances.
I can tell everyone's thinking the same thing. This is our last chance to turn back.
Can't keep this up much longer. How can we get through when we're moving at a crawl?
Look at him now. They sure talked a big game back when we just set off, huh?
I think the doctor had a point, though. They have a far better grasp of naval warfare and the ship's capabilities than we do.
They probably know better than anyone how risky it is to launch an attack like this.
Come on, don't tell me you guys are backing down too. We didn't lose that many people and go through all that crap just to quit now, right? We did it so we can wipe out those imp bastards. You know that, right? We can't just give up.
Raz, to tell you the truth, I agree with the doctor.
Dun dun dun.
What?
This isn't just risky, it might be impossible. I even spoke out against the captain's decision to keep going. But I've already made up my mind. I've decided to fight to the very end for the Centurion and everyone on it. I won't let them sink this ship. We're going to reach the capital. We will make Operation Cygnus a success. We've sacrificed too many friends to give up now.
Oh.
Claude,
Huh, that's good enough for me. We got this, Claude.
still, there's no denying the situation has the crew uneasy. With morale this low, it'll be hard to fight as a team.
I swear to God, if we gotta do another mock battle to build up morale, I'm out of here. Not actually out of here, I'm just I just had to pick something up. But yeah. But yeah, I sure hope it isn't going to be another mock battle.
Who cares about those spineless Navy jellyfish? We're Rangers, and we...
No, we can't do this alone. We're in the middle of the Crystal Sea. If we want this to work, we're gonna need their skills. We have to unite as one. Otherwise, we'll never make it across the ice.
Unite, huh? So what's your plan?
We might just have to go around one by one and try to lift their spirits ourselves.
Oh man. Okay. Well, did I join the army to suck a lot of Navy dick? Nope, not actually, but if that's what my country is going to need, then I guess I'll have to do it.
We want to take down the Empire. That's true for all of us.
God, this is gonna be a real pain in the ass.
No comment.
Well, not like I've got anything better to do. I'll help you out.
I'll talk to the female soldiers then. I can probably relate to them better than you guys.
To reach the Imperial capital, we'll have to find some way past the fort with minimal losses. That means it's more important than ever to be prepared.
About that, Captain. I'm sorry to report that the crew's starting to get uneasy. As it stands, trying to push past the sea fortress would be incredibly reckless. Even then, we might not be able to take the capital. Some think we should retreat while we still can. It's just rumblings for now, but if morale dips any lower, mutiny may not be far off.
I can certainly understand that position. This must look dire indeed to the rank and file. But loose lips sink ships. We cannot disclose our plan.
Agreed, sir. But for now, we need to resolve this before it becomes a crisis.
I heard an interesting piece of information myself, you know.
And what would that be, sir?
A small group has been lifting spirits through the ship, attempting to convince the dissidents one by one.
Who would attempt?
I'm sure you can guess. It's Squad E. I propose we give Mr. Claude Wallace a chance to find a satisfactory resolution.
Oh man, it's going to be a mock battle, isn't it?
Leave the heavy lifting to those who are young and on their first pair of legs. As for an old sailor like me, I will wait and see.
Praz, Riley,
Oh, hey, Claude.
how'd it go?
Not great.
So what if we have to go hungry for a while? We've eaten grass, frogs. We can manage, can't we?
It's a different mindset here. We can adapt on land, but out at sea, our fate is tied to the ships. I don't think that's gonna help convince them.
Well, fine. If those chump buckets don't like it, they can take a long walk off a short plank.
Losing manpower would hurt our chances even more.
I know that, damn it!
But everyone here wants to take down the Empire. We're united by that much, right?
What the hell? Why aren't they listening to us?
Oh, hey, where's Kai?
I asked if she wanted to help, but she seemed really, I don't know, distracted. She said something about having to do rifle maintenance and to go on without her.
Well, to be fair, like pretty much every modern war memorial, like at least on the soldier side, was like 75% about jacking off, so that seems to check out.
Damn it! We're trying to convince hundreds of people here. She may be cranky, but we could use the help. She's been acting really weird lately.
Kai's probably dealing with her own issues.
Whatever's going on with her, we still have work to do. Come on, Raz.
Yeah, alright. I'm coming.
What can we do?
Damn you, Claude.
Huh?
I thought you were up to one of your usual schemes. Given up already?
Minerva. I haven't given up. It's just... I don't know what to say to the others. I feel like I have to say something to bring us together and raise morale, but I can't find the right words.
If you can't do the job, I could take your place.
Oh.
Maybe that would be for the best.
I mean, Minerva seems pretty good at yelling at people.
You absolute imbecile!
But the Baka! Ooh.
The right words? I thought you had a spine, but I suppose I've overestimated you again. You think a motivational speech will win this war? I didn't pass up a promotion for you to just talk. You're here now because of your intelligence, your wit. No matter what you faced, you found a way through. You led your squad through each and every victory. You already have what it takes to get this crew to fight for you. And it damn well isn't your way with words.
Minerva.
You have one thing I don't. You didn't lead your friends to their deaths.
Well, I mean, I kinda did, but then I usually reloaded to save, so...
I will not tolerate failure. If you want to prove yourself, do it through action, not words.
Action. Right. You're exactly right. Thank you, Minerva. I feel like some kind of fog is lifted in my mind.
I suppose you just needed a good impact to knock it loose.
Wait. Fog?
Oh no. Oh no. Minerva, you hit him too hard.
That's it! Fog! Why didn't I think of this sooner?
Probably because you didn't suffer serious head trauma back then.
Pardon?
Thank you, Minerva. I wouldn't have figured it out without you. Excuse me, I have to see the captain.
Well, whatever's gotten him so worked up, at least he's come to a decision. Honestly, he really is an imbecile.
What the hell's going on? What's with the assembly?
Is it time for another mock battle?
What do you think? The army boy with a stick up his ass, here to give a big, inspiring speech.
Hey, Kai! What you doing over there? Hey, seriously, what's going on?
Everyone, I apologize for how sudden this is. I'd like to propose a new plan to get past the sea fortress. Just hear me out. The core of their defenses is their high-powered artillery. We'll have to neutralize that first. The plan is to use air balloons to drop troops in from above and seize control of the emplacements.
Ah. Okay. I mean, last time I did mention how it was kind of weird that none of these Valkyria Chronicles games had like any zeppelins or balloons in them, but I guess they're rectifying that.
At the same time, the Centurion will make a frontal assault and charge directly toward the fortress.
What?
Soon, a dense fog is going to cover the entire fort. That'll be our chance to infiltrate it. The wind should be steady enough for balloons, even in the fog. Visibility won't be good, but we can land on target. I've already received the captain's approval. We just have to get ready, and when the time comes...
Wait, the captain actually approved this?
Yes, he did.
Are you insane, Claude? How could you think this is a good idea? How could the captain sign off on it?
Hate to break it to you, Miles, but you're surrounded by idiots. Kind of took you a while to figure that one out, didn't it?
You want to drop us into a fort? We're barely equipped! How can we take out the artillery like this? We won't even have a secure escape route. And you're just going to send the ship charging forward?
A head-on firefight won't do us any good. Even if we win, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory. The losses would be too much. We'd have no chance of taking the realistic option we have.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
To be fair, he had me at hot air balloons too.
Raz? I was just thinking I wanted to let off some steam. Been cooped up in this goddamn ship for too long anyway. They're so proud of their heavy artillery, huh? I want to see their faces when I break it in half. But...
Those of you willing to fight, come with me. I'll explain the op in more detail.
Count me in. If we turn back now, we'll be the laughingstock of the Federation.
Damn right! The Centurion can make it through anything!
All right, then let's do this.
Nice assist there, Raz.
Well, it was enough to get a compliment out of you.
It sure will be done, buddy.
So that's the Marine base we're going after. The fog hasn't rolled in yet, but...
Shouldn't be long now.
Oh, look! From the north!
Wind talk comes through for us again.
Okay, everyone ready? Let's go.
Wait! Claude!
Miles.
Are you really going through with this? This plan is completely insane! It's suicide!
Are you that scared of death?
Maybe just of heights, isn't it?
I'm a soldier, Claude. I'm not afraid to die if I have to.
I am.
Huh?
I'm scared. Not just for myself. I'm always afraid that my friends are gonna get hurt or killed.
Then why are you...
Because I'm not alone. I'd be too afraid to do it alone. But if I've got everyone behind me, I know we can do it. Reminding myself that we're all in this together gives me the strength to do the impossible. Isn't that how we made it through all our battles? Claude, time to go.
Okay. Honestly, I didn't see that one coming, so good on the game for trying that. Before we do this though, I kind of want to check if... I think we upgraded all the stuff last time, but yeah, it looks like it. I wonder... Nah. I'll do all my extra stuff after this mission, like the squad stories and the rest of the DLC.
We have our next mission.
Fort Garsbrook. neat. Okay. Hey, we just gotta blow up some cannon. That's actually fairly straightforward. We don't want Claude to die, and we don't want to take too much time. Yeah. Right. And we want to evacuate within 20 turns. Okay. That seems actually fairly cool. Unfortunately, I mean, unsurprisingly, but still a bit unfortunately, we can't bring the Halfen along. And, I mean, the briefing did kind of suggest we bring
Let's rough them up!
some of our Lancers, and also let's bring
Operation
Rebecca
complete.
so she can go ahead and resupply those Lancers too. Just gotta check up on everyone's equipment. Sure. I feel like with the sorting, like if we're dropping into the fortress, probably some more firepower up close is probably preferable to like more accuracy. And let's slap some stuff on Claude since we don't want him to die. Yeah. Okay. I think let's stick with the Robinson on Wrath. Nah, I think I want to stick with the more accurate version still, because like the armor damage increase isn't that much, so I feel like even though I assume those guns are some fairly big targets, assume like being able to hit them slightly more reliably is sort of beats like having like a 10% damage increase. Okay. Let's see, what about Riley? What kind of mortar do we want her to take? Yeah, I think the Sanders is probably a good fit for this one. See if I'm going to regret my choices.
We realize how dangerous this mission will be, so I wish you and your squad the best of luck.
Thanks. I wish myself the best of luck too.
Take out the cannons before they can open fire on the Centurion. Let's go, everyone!
Aww. You don't even get like a little cutscene where they drop in with the balloon.
Alright, looks like a safe landing. Is everyone okay?
Ugh, damn it! I think I broke my ass!
We got a lot more spread out than we planned. Probably thanks to the fog.
Huh?
Not what I'd call a running start.
Wait, I kind of figured they'd all be in the same balloon, but I guess not.
Well, this was our first paradrop in actual combat.
Oh.
I figured it wouldn't go perfectly.
Okay, so they didn't land the balloon, they just dropped out of it. I guess that makes more sense.
We can use this to our advantage. We can act as decoys for each other and confuse the enemy. Head to the artillery and pick your route carefully. This fog really is dense. If I move carefully, I might be able to sneak in closer.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's actually interesting. So it's on the lower level. Right, which kind of at least makes it a good, like, it's a good call I brought my it's a good call I brought like my guys in with the brown instead of the landfield. Now I'm kind of wondering about what this map means. So is this the lower level, or yeah, I think this is the upper level and the slightly darker area is probably the lower level. But I suppose we'll find out. No, actually we'll.
Enemy spotted.
If Captain Morgan trusts you, then so do I.
Okay.
Move! We've got winter on our side!
I believe in you, Captain Wallace.
Okay.
How the hell they get in?
Okay, so the layout is slightly more intricate than I expected. Like more levels of verticality than I was counting on. Bonk.
Flatlined. Target eliminated. Keep up the good work.
God, my scope's fogging up.
I can trust you to do this. Right, Claude?
Well, I guess we'll find out. Okay, so...
What could go wrong?
And we're in the lower level, okay. I mean, it...
Looks like we got some rats crawling in.
Okay.
Calm down! It missed! Fall back!
It's over!
They're in range.
And now I can do this.
Successfully captured a base. Well done.
Okay. That should make things a lot easier. Also, I've got ship orders I can try out. I wonder. since I don't have any vehicles this time around, I don't think I'm going to go for that one, but the bombardment might be useful.
Moving out.
Suppose we shall find out. Juicy.
One shot's all I need. There.
We're being pushed back. We need backup.
Okay.
Well done!
Nah, that should make it a lot easier to move up on everyone.
Ryan looks rather nervous.
Commencing attack. Enemy spotted. Let's take him out. Can't run.
Do a little something like this. Bow. Ooh. Huh.
Target eliminated.
Okay, actually I kind of expected that it would do at least some damage to that other dude too, but I suppose this is a learning experience for all of us.
Here I go!
I wonder, can she? No.
Cold weather warfare is a different beast. Please be careful.
Enemy spotted! Let's wipe them
That's our
out!
captain. Calm in the face of chaos. Commencing counterattack. Follow my lead. Engaging.
Randy, can you make it? Yeah. Okay, that's.
If we can't get
better.
past this, over.
Come on!
Ah, motherfucker. I sort of expected that to be with him more permanently. Thing is, with these guys I'm bringing in, they are not anti-tank units, so I'm not sure if they're actually going to be all that much help again in this situation.
Let's get physical.
Commencing.
Hell yeah.
Okay, got one of them.
The enemy has begun their counterattack.
All set.
Well, I mean, I still gotta go one
I
turn
need you to
more
handle the
before
situation, squad.
before I need to take out that cannon. And I mean, with that cam taken out, I don't think there should be too many more people there
Dead on
to
arrival.
give me any trouble on this side
Nice
of the
shot.
map. Alright. Like they can call in reinforcement over here, but you know, it's going to take them a while before they can get them into battle.
Let's all get a drink after this. I'm gonna be a dad soon, you know? Fire!
Okay.
What could go wrong? I'm gonna be a dad soon, you know? It's over!
Okay, I suppose that's Okay.
An emergency? What's going on here?
Reporting! Federation troops have infiltrated the fort, sir.
I don't know. Somehow all the sirens in this game sound fairly goofy.
Possible. How did they get in? Assemble the defense team. Eliminate all enemies inside.
They know we're here. Watch out for enemy counterattacks. Keep moving to the artillery.
Okay. Yeah. Figures. But I mean, it's kind of hard to tell since we don't really have any eyes on what's down there. But if we can... okay, guys are moving up. Okay, so there's still some more guys around. Oh shit, they're about to flank. Nope. Okay, there's guys down there. Oh no. Yep. That kind of was worried about something like that, but someone's already providing fire. Yeah, easy. But yeah, as I was about to say, if we rush that camp on the bridge, then things will look a lot more bright. Oh. Okay. Huh.
Centurion's getting close. Should be in firing range of the heavy artillery soon.
Okay, I didn't expect those guys to drop in though.
We need to hustle, everyone. Take out that artillery. Leave it to me.
Watch out! They're onto you!
Ouch.
Commencing
Okay. That's the thing that
not good enough.
They might be soldiers after all.
The enemy has begun their counterattack. Please don't.
And I think now that we've taken this thing out, there's really no reason to stick around here, so...
Here comes the pain.
The enemy has begun their counterattack.
The enemy ship's heading this way. Engaging. Calm down. We need suppressive.
Ah, you guys in flamethrower range. Yeah, not. That's unfortunate.
You ain't going nowhere. Die!
I see.
Okay.
Try not to get killed.
Eat this.
Ouch.
Suck it up.
Okay.
That was wonderful. Another job well done.
How trying to figure out how
Found them.
best get off here.
I'll be praying for your sake.
Yeah. Huh. Okay, so I got on the leg my way across here and there. Right.
Commencing attack. Not dying here.
Yeah, right.
Damn.
Enemy spotted. Let's take him out.
Keep an eye on the enemy's movement.
Now! Charge!
Like, I'm fairly sure I've seen like guys hang out next to the base.
Can I get a casualty report?
Let us see. What's the radar? Yeah, that looks like a good idea.
Come in, Centurion. Requesting recon support.
Acknowledged. Radar activated. Locating enemy coordinates.
Actually, no, that's a bit of a waste of like the action we took, like calling those in, but you know.
Leave it to me. Enemy spotted.
We can take this guys out back there instead. That would be fairly nice. No, no, no. Okay, maybe we can though.
What are their numbers?
What's the situation on the turrets? Take care not to slip on the fresh fallen snow.
It's a learning experience. Too easy.
Eh, almost, but not
How
quite.
the hell they get it?
Still, if I like double move Riley, we should be able to do something there.
Here comes the pain! Under one man army!
Actually, I'm just going to heal Raz up here and then run off like hell.
Commencing counterattack. Follow my lead.
Like, I was considering maybe just evacuating him, but that would have like robbed me of a command point. Although now with him kind of stuck out in the open like that, yeah, I'm starting to feel like maybe I should have done that.
Now advancing.
Let's see. I mean, should I like shoot those guys down in the fog if I... Like, since I sorta know they're there, but I don't think I've got like an angle on them. Do I? Eh, doesn't really look like it. Like I can kind of make him out. But I guess that's not how it works.
We'll
Alright,
provide
please.
support from our location.
God damn it. And she's kind of stuck in the worst possible place. Ah. Sure.
Too easy.
Leave it to me.
Let us see if I... Nah, can't get both of them in one hit. Eh.
It's a learning experience.
Well, maybe I can.
Too easy.
Nice, they can take out one of
Target
them.
the enemy ship.
That was wonderful. Another...
Okay.
Commencing attack.
Let's move a little closer. Like so.
Over here. On to the next.
That was wonderful. Another job well done.
Yes, this base is ours.
The enemy base has been captured. Good work.
Can I make it to the sandbags? I can. Now I kind of want to try something out. It might be a waste of some... Ah. Okay, I guess you can't use two ship actions in the same turn. That's fair. Oh. Well.
All set. Better off alone.
Although maybe it would have been worth to just evacuate her. Eh. Well, I don't know.
Enemy artillery. Silencer. We've passed the first checkpoint right on time.
They managed to pull it off. All that's left is the last gate. Captain Wallace, I'm all counting on you.
I mean, so far we seem to be doing fairly well. Made the enemy wait some turns, now they're taking our base, that's fine. Oh dear, wow. Oh shit, oh no. Okay.
Gotcha.
Huh. And didn't know that I was actually I kind of was under the impression that the flamethrower ignored the cover bonus, but I guess it doesn't, which you know is a fairly good thing to find out. Oh no. Oh dear. Okay, let us see. But yeah, honestly, now that I think about it, I maybe could have kept like one guy back here, just like a shock trooper, just to defend the base, and make the enemy pay a bit.
All set. Suck it up.
Okay, there we go.
Dead on arrival.
They're good.
Make sure that the wounded are kept warm.
Enemy
We
spotted.
can't get past this. It's over.
All set.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to do it like this, just to make sure. And I mean, since I won't be getting any headshot bonuses anyway.
Just try dodging this.
Nice. Keep up the good work. Damn it, I'm pinned down.
And let's haul ass back. Well, ahead, I guess. Look, I mean, there probably are juicier targets, but I'm kind of... Thing is, I wonder how much damage those guns do. Like, you'd kind of expect, like, naval artillery bombardments to do a whole bunch of damage, but... like, I wonder if I maybe should save them for the tanks or even the gun itself, because the gun itself, but this seems like a better call. Right?
Come in, Centurion. Requesting fire support. Sending coordinates now.
Acknowledge. Hailing fire direction center. Open fire.
Uh-huh. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, sure, that did a lot of damage. Didn't really expect the tanks to just like slot into the gun force like this was some sort of, I don't know.
That's our captain. Calm in the face of chaos.
Anyways, I didn't really expect them to work like that. And let's hope I'm not don't hit Claude. I didn't hit Claude. Although I kind of knocked him out of cover, I think that's a bit of a... That's a bit of nudity, not gonna lie there.
Let's do this, everyone.
That?
May I?
Something's not right.
Let's wait.
Keep an eye on the enemy's movement.
And Rosetta's got the special galleon rifle. But I think that one's just got more shots, which, you know, is nice.
Keep your eye on the birdie.
That was wonderful. Another job well done.
There you are.
Ooh. Oh well. Yeah, visibility's real trash in here.
I'm pinned down. Whose side is the snow on today? Don't stop now! Fight through!
Okay.
I've had worse.
Okay, let us see.
Here comes the pain!
We know you're there! You can't hide for long! Damn it! Can't...
Don't really do much, but you know.
Wide open!
Sometimes it's just nice to let the enemy know you're there. You know?
I can keep going.
Oh, you better, lady. You better. Since I feel like
So
I'm
How the hell they
hungry.
get in?
probably going to need you for a bit longer.
Try paying attention.
God damn it.
One more shot.
Doing fine. Over here!
Gotcha.
All right.
I see. They're good.
We need you to handle the situation,
I
Claudia.
mean, I gotta be careful since I don't want him to die, but...
They're heading right for you. Be careful.
Ah, fuck. I guess I'm forced to be careful since I can't get up the ladder because
looking
my
forward to
stupid
hearing good news.
squad mates are blocking me. Oh well.
Leave it to me.
Let us see.
It missed. Fall back. Here come our guests of honor.
Okay. So I can't like officially target those guys. I mean,
Too easy.
not officially, but like I can target them using like the auto aim, but I can still manually shoot at them. I'm out of the fog, which, you know, better than not being able to do
Go
that.
wrong. You're gonna be a dad soon, you know?
Ah. But maybe I don't actually
Too slow!
pay attention to those tanks at all. So I move. I give him move Gene up
Leave it
next
to me.
to him, then I think we can like
Commencing counterattack.
double
Follow my
team
lead.
that thing for lack of a better word. Right? Yeah.
What? Let's finish this quick!
Okay.
Let's get physical!
I mean, we still gotta like pull out after that, but
Hell yeah!
Let me help!
like that should give us a bit more room to breathe.
The enemy artillery shows no signs of firing, sir.
We've done it! Claude, you've done it!
You've done a fine job, Mr. Wallace. Just as I knew you would.
Okay. Now the question is that going to trigger some sort
Storm
of
the
boss
fortress
fight that
and
fucks
rescue
me
the
over
infiltration team.
immensely?
You're all insane. This whole operation is insane. The only reason the infiltration worked was because we got lucky.
If you'd rather hide here and tell yourself that, welcome to stay. But whatever your choice, make it one you won't regret. There's only one question you need to ask yourself. Decide what's important to you, and make it quick.
Our reinforcements should be joining the fight. They'll cover us while we escape. Let's move!
Okay. Huh. Now the fog is gone. That's... but we sort of repositioned. Okay. Got an assault tank. We've got the ace. Also an assault tank. We don't have any more ships now.
Now advancing.
Yeah.
Damn it! Can't see a thing!
I guess I probably should have paid attention to check whether that dude was in cover. Oh well.
No!
Taking out the sniper, you know, it's always fairly cathartic
The enemy
at the
ship's
very
heading this
least.
way!
And I mean, I can still use one of the other guys to what's the word I'm looking for, to pull the rest of them along, like Rosetta.
Let's do this, everyone. Let's make the world a better place.
Go get attitude I know from you, Rosetta.
May I?
I'll cover you.
May I?
Got it. Lead the
How the
way.
hell they get in?
Let's see. Almost, but not quite. I kind of hoped that between the three of them that would take care of it.
Let them struggle all they want.
But maybe we'll be able to flank that dude.
Damn it! Can't see a thing!
Yeah. Unless I'm too incompetent to navigate level
Take care not to
geometry.
slip on the fresh fallen snow.
Yeah. Yay. Where's the mortar? The mortar's back there, okay.
Try not to get killed.
Well,
You're being targeted.
Want me to kiss it and make it better?
Damn it!
how's it taste,
Won't hurt a
asshole?
bit.
I see. They're good.
I mean, what is the mortar if not like grenades
Over their
for
warfare is a
pussies?
different beast. Please be careful.
For people with weak throwing arms. Sniper back down. Okay.
My turn.
Did I? Yeah, I did outfit the glory with the AT variant.
The enemy ship's heading this way!
The enemy has begun their counterattack! You're being targeted!
Ah, not quite.
Commencing counterattack. Let's go.
Okay.
Calm down. We need suppressive fire now. Damn it! Can't see a thing.
Okay, Who's safe? Okay, he hit. That's number one. Now I'm going to still have to move him around though.
Let's go.
So, like, the glowing weak point isn't exposed to the enemy. Also, hopefully, so this
The enemy
asshole
ship's heading this way.
up there gets taken out. That would be nice. Okay, that's 2 tanks taken out.
I see. They're good.
And hopefully nobody should be able to one-shot me now. I wonder, should I bring the cactus up to take out those lancers?
I got this. Leave this one to me.
Fire! Find some cover!
Good, but no.
Come on!
Pretty good.
Brian looks rather nervous.
Okay, I guess I misread the layout here a bit once more. Oh well.
Commencing attack.
I know it's a bit of a dicey proposition to be clawed up in front of everyone else.
There they are.
He's like the one guy we need to absolutely survive, but...
Be careful when handling liquids.
And we can't really shoot down anyway.
The enemy ship's heading this way.
At least not effectively, so...
There.
Yeah, the other ones are
That was
assholes
wonderful.
taking out.
Another job well done.
Okay, so I guess we gotta run all the way down here. Get down there, then make our way there, across the ice field. Yeah, okay. Huh.
Try not to get killed.
I wonder though if maybe we can shoot down from the walls here.
How the hell they get in?
Could maybe drop a grenade on some fools, but
The enemy ship's heading this way.
man, kind of hoped a bit more to get a bit more out of like the whole fortress being on a fortress thing.
Here I go!
hell did they go?
Too easy.
That was wonderful.
I mean, if I take these guys out, maybe I'm going to be able to take out the Lancers more easily.
Let's break through their line! I'm a Federation
there's
officer.
still
I
dead
will not
dudes,
fall here.
Obviously. Huh.
Please confirm the enemy.
Okay, if I line them up like this, I might
Eyes
get
up.
sort of lucky. Well,
How was that?
Target eliminated. Keep up the good work.
I mean, we almost got half of his health taken out.
I got this.
Yeah, I think I gotta move Raz up just to cover Claw in case those Lancers try to rush him.
Please respond.
That didn't really do too much. Oh dear. Okay, he's going to shoot at the glory. He's going to miss, that's even better. I mean, obviously, not that it would have been good if he shot at the glory and hit that. I think from the front we probably could have taken a hit. Also, Riley's mortar seems to be doing work, which, even though it's not hitting... Well, it's not hitting as much as I would have hoped. It did some splash damage there.
Yeah.
They're in range. Looks like we got some rats crawling in.
Yeah. Ah.
Please don't put your lives in needless danger.
I was kind of hoping I'd be able to, line it up so I could get both of them in one
Keep up the
burst.
good work.
But I suppose this will do.
Let's do this, everyone.
Let's. Rosetta, can you pick up the Lancers and still make it?
All troops, please report your status.
Still make it in the direction. Okay.
I can hear your teeth
May I?
chattering.
Things not right.
May I?
Back to back.
Okay, I was.
This won't even be a challenge.
I was kind of hoping I'd be able to move a bit further.
Please respond.
Still.
Let's get physical.
Ah.
Brian looks rather nervous.
Still, if I can make my way up on that wall, hopefully I might be able to get an angle on that assault tank. Yeah, like... Yeah... No. Ah, man. Oh well.
Let's go.
Shots fired!
Nah. Okay, fair enough. I guess that was a bit of a tall order.
Smooth sailing. I won't miss.
Okay.
Be careful when handling liquids. They could easily freeze.
Yes, don't be stupid.
Okay. Okay. Let's see.
Fight! Didn't take much.
Great job! I knew you had it in you.
Okay.
I got this.
Ah, they're firing at me!
Bring it up!
Yeah, nice try, buddy.
Your own damn fault.
I see. They're good. Look at him shiver!
Okay.
I can do this.
Better. Like, if I didn't think you could do this, I probably wouldn't have picked you. Okay, that's a lie because you were like,
We can't make it through here.
you're like
We'll never reach the
mandatory for
capital.
this mission, but you know, it's still.
You're being
I am
targeted.
still very confident, buddy.
Can't run, Claude.
I don't think so.
Okay. Well,
The enemy has been...
Let's get physical!
let's see if maybe I can still get a hit here. Camera, please don't.
Huh?
Okay.
What could go wrong?
If Captain Morgan trusts you, then so do I. Please
How
confirm
close
the enemy's
do I have to
position.
get?
Too slow.
Let's do it to it!
Okay. Almost.
What could go wrong? Fire! Here, I've got another one for you.
Okay.
Done and done.
It's starting to look like the amount of obstacles in our way is decreasing steadily. Rapidly even.
Moving out!
Just
Federation officer.
to make
I will
sure.
not fall here. Here I come!
Just kind of want to make sure.
How was that?
Nice shot.
The enemy has begun their counterattack.
Nice try, buddy, but now I'm in cover, so what are you going to do? As be like, even if you try anything, the machine gun on the cactus is going to make short work of you. Now, how do we get Claude? Where he's...
Leave it to me.
Kind of want to get a different angle where I maybe can
Knowing you're on our side makes me
see,
feel just a little braver.
where I can actually like see what I'm shooting at. I thought there were two guys right on top of each other, but I guess not. There's a trooper, there's a trooper, there's a sniper. Yep. Oh well.
Come on.
They might be.
No problem.
Okay. I mean, maybe being a scout, Rosetta's got the range to get somewhere useful.
They're heading right for you. Be careful.
I mean, she might be able to lob a useful grenade. Though... not with the camera not
We can't make it
cooperating.
through here. We'll never reach the capital.
Actually, can I? Okay. Let's blind fire and hope we get lucky. Okay, fine. I guess I'm not going to get too mad about not hitting that one. Kind of was a shot in the dark there.
Let's do this!
They might be soldiers after all.
You're being targeted.
Okay, there's still that sniper. He's going to be a bit of an issue. But if he shoots at Raz while he's in cover, that's not going to do too much to Raz, and even better if he tries to move up so he can get a shot at Claude, Raz is going to kick his ass. Oh! Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. This... Oh no. Oh shit. Yikes.
I don't think so.
Oh.
Can't run.
Okay, I gotta say, didn't expect this guy. That could have gone a lot worse.
Ah, hell!
Well,
My pleasure.
okay, that, not gonna lie, I got a bit nervous there, but... Well, I've got just the solution to my problem here.
Keep your eye on the birdie. I pray for your salvation.
They're good.
Well, feel free to pray all you want, Rosetta, as long as you also shoot.
Here comes the pain!
Target the enemy.
Hello.
Die! Your own damn
Goodbye.
fault!
Good. That should make things a little easier.
I can do this!
Okay.
Over here! On to the next!
They're good.
Cold weather warfare is a different beast. Please be careful. You're being targeted.
Okay. Well, I got something to say about that.
Yeah.
Buddy, I got kind of got a feeling you aren't going to like it.
Nice shot.
Yeah.
Commencing attack.
I kind of hope they'd be able to get on board this very turn, but oh well.
Yep, I'm on it.
Didn't I give you a bunch of mobility upgrades? Let's see.
That's our captain. Calm in the face of chaos.
Almost. I feel like now I kind of want to explore over there to see if there are any more aces left.
Moving out!
I mean, I don't think so, since we already took out that tank and it had like a name, but
The fortress is
also
still on high
sort of
alert.
feels weird to have like this not completely insignificant part of the map just there without like doing anything in there.
For victory!
It doesn't really look like there's much going on. Nope.
I'll have a nice hot cup of cocoa waiting for you when
Yeah.
And a GG. The G has been G.
We should be safe at this range.
Hey, where's Claude?
Huh? Over there!
Claude, you alright?
I'll hold them off. You guys get back to the Centurion.
What?
The hell is that idiot thinking? Hold on, I'm coming!
Raz, no! They've got snipers. They'll shoot you down before you even get here.
I thought the whole point of this thing was that we got Claude out of danger first.
This can't be happening. We made it this far. What can we do?
I'll handle this.
That's the Hoffen!
Oh yeah.
Come on, Claude! In, quick! Right. Thanks, Miles. I have to apologize, Claude.
I mean, I'm very glad you got over like your character flaw of being a coward that was just introduced at the start of this very same episode. Like if that had been a multi-episode arc, I don't think I could have taken it.
For what? I couldn't make a decision until it was almost too late. Until Lieutenant Victor called me out. Until she asked me what was most important to me. I hadn't even thought about it before. Don't worry about it. What matters is you're here. And it sounds like you figured things out. Yes. I'm going to see this operation through to the end. I want to be there when we end this. Together. want to fight to the finish. I want to feel that pride. Of course. We're gonna win this, Miles. Together.
Trapper 2? Ah. And for Troubles, we've got ourselves some more stuff.
Your performance in the previous battle was exemplary. Please accept this reward.
Neat. We've got ourselves a couple of new guns. And a watch too. I guess somebody's about to retire. And yeah, we've got a firing calculator, which is another thing I probably won't ever use because I don't have any space on my tags.
We did it! We really did it! 3 cheers for the hero of the Centurion!
Well, this is a little much.
You are the one who came up with the plan, and you're the one who led us to victory. I think you've earned a little pride, don't you?
I don't know. No, you're right. I fought to make this mission a success. That is something to be proud of.
Victory is a fine thing. But this win feels a little more significant than usual, wouldn't you say? Claude's precise tactics, the captain's dauntless command. It all meshed together perfectly. I'm sure everyone on the ship is sharing in this victory.
And I guess I gotta say, it sure does beat having another mock battle.
In light of this achievement, even I can't deny his ability.
Kai.
Claude, this celebration's going to go all night if you don't give them some kind of speech.
Me?
You gave one just before the mission, didn't you? Surely you can bookend this with another.
Fellow soldiers, fellow sailors. Tonight we won. That's good. Winning makes me feel good. Losing makes me feel bad. Let's win more and lose less. Thank you very much and have a good night.
Fine.
Hey, I just gave
Everyone,
one.
I'd like to say something. I'm gonna be honest with you all. Even I wasn't sure we could make this. I wondered if we should head back. This ship will keep moving forward, but when we look to the future, death stares back at us.
Not really sure how good that speech is.
We carry on, knowing that we may lose our friends. We may lose our own lives. It's terrifying. Sometimes I want to run away from it all, turn this ship around, but that's not why we're here.
I just imagine Minerva standing next to it and like running her index finger across her throat and making a little X with the fingers, mouthing to us, "Don't say this."
We're here to move forward, to protect families back home, and to carry on the will of our fallen comrades.
I guess this part's a bit more inspirational.
The captain made a decision, and I believed in him. That's all I can ask of you. To believe in his choices and mine. All we can do is work and fight to the best of our abilities to see that decision to its conclusion. Every soldier on this ship has to stick together, stay strong, and strive toward our goals. Someone has to fight this fight. If we don't take on that burden ourselves, this war will never end.
I'm very glad somebody's finally decided to build up Rag's morale.
Our children, lovers, friends, sooner or later, the war will find them. They will get hurt, and they will die. Until a hero rises to finish the fight, these tragedies will keep happening. We all know that by now. Every one of us can be that hero. We can seize victory with our own hands and end the war once and for all. To honor those heroes who have already fallen in battle. To make sure tomorrow's heroes aren't taken from us today.
Okay.
Let's win this and come home with our heads held high, with more honor than any medal can give. Let them tell us that this mission is impossible. We're still going to finish it. We choose victory.
Woo! Free bird! No.
What's the matter now? Scaredy Claude making a comeback?
No, that's not...
You know what to do, Miles.
Of course. Camera's all set.
All right, boys and girls, gather round. Who wants a picture with a future hero?
Wait, everyone, please calm down.
Oh yeah.
Get a load of Claude's face, Kai. Kai?
Kai.
I'm a bit disappointed we didn't get to see the picture.
The troops' morale has recovered. I think it's safe to say they've reached a new level of trust, too.
Seeing is believing. They needed proof to unite them. Words are rarely enough to earn trust, I think. Actions speak far louder. A victory of this magnitude is just the push our operation needed. Naturally, a single victory and a rousing speech aren't going to solve all our problems. But I'd say that's enough work for one day. Mr. Wallace, you've done a fine job indeed.
Ooh. Things are going to get
Hey,
spicy.
Wait up! I said wait, damn it! Something's going on. What the hell's wrong with you?
Let me go.
Can't you at least tell me?
I said let go!
I'll let go if you promise not to just run away again. Come on, what the hell's gotten into you?
Please, just leave me alone.
Like hell I will.
This is my problem, Raz. It's got nothing to do with you.
It's my problem too.
Why?
Because because we're friends, aren't we?
Oh boy.
Friends, huh? Fine. You want to know what kind of friend I really am?
Wait. No.
I've betrayed everyone. Claude, Riley, you, everyone. It makes sense, right? I never could say no to my brother. Ever since we were little. I'd always do whatever he told me. I was always just his messenger, his helper.
Lena.
But I can't take this anymore. I can't do this. I can't just do whatever my brother tells me. I can't keep betraying everyone.
shut up. Just shut up and stay like this for a second. Listen to me, all right? I don't know what you did, and I'm not gonna ask. I don't give a shit, you understand?
Look, Kai, you might be an Imperial spy, but at the end of the day, I'm still very horny.
You're not a traitor.
Okay.
And even if you were, it doesn't matter. How could it? I mean, ever since we were kids,
Okay, I guess for once, Raz is going to formulate something a little more tactfully than I am.
I love you.
Probably not a great moment, dude.
What kind of guy would I be if I can't forgive a single mistake from the girl I love? It's been hard on you, right? And you regret all of it, and you're not gonna do it again, right?
I feel like being an enemy spy, like... I'm sure there's, like, circumstances, like, extenuating circumstances and everything, but I still call it a bit more than a single mistake.
Then forget all this shit! You don't have to worry. Nobody's gonna know if you don't say anything. And if you want to vent, I'll always listen. You know Claude and Riley, they don't notice anything. If it all goes to hell, I'll take the blame for you. So you should... You can rely on me as much as you want.
I mean, how many people were on the comet? Like, how big is the crew that, like, how many lives has Kai's single mistake taken?
Doesn't matter who I have to fight. The imps, the feds, or even Kai. I'll give my life to protect you.
But I guess Raz is just a ride or die type of bitch, and that's why we love him.
So, nothing? I give you my big, dumb, once-in-a-lifetime confession, and you got nothing to say.
Dumbass.
Huh? What?
You dumbass. Keep your voice down. How do you expect me to trust some idiot who blurts out confidential information where anyone can hear? Thank you. I feel like I can breathe again. About the other stuff, can I have some time to think it over?
Oh my.
Oh shit. I did it. I actually said it.
Hey Claude, hey Riley, can you imagine? I finally told Kai what my feelings were, and all it took was her revealing that she wasn't an enemy spy. Oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit, I wasn't supposed to say that, oh fuck, oh shit.
Doctor! I just heard from Marie. The little girl woke up?
She did indeed. I was just finishing a simple checkup. But it does seem like she might have a case of amnesia. So, what's your name?
Angie. Short for Angelica. Hi, Angie. Do you remember anything besides your name?
Judging by her appearance, I don't think she's from the Empire.
What's that supposed to mean?
If she doesn't remember anything but her name, we don't have a whole lot to work with. I'm sorry. I'm not good at remembering.
I mean, we haven't really seen that many Imperial citizens so far, but the ones we've seen, they seem to have been a fairly diverse bunch. Like if the Empire can involve both Kiara and Nicola, what's his name, Klaus, and like all the guys from the first game, I feel like a little red-headed anime child probably wouldn't be too much out of the order there.
Oh no, it's okay. Just take your time. You don't have to try and force it.
I'd prefer to have her dropped off at some town, but seeing as we're in enemy territory, that might be tricky. I'm sure the amnesia is only temporary, so I'd say our best choice is to let her rest and keep an eye on her.
Can you look after her, Doctor?
Leave it to me. I was a pediatrician before all this, if you can believe that.
Look, Sergio, don't get me wrong, but if I had a child, or if my parents had sent me to had been comfortable sending me to a pediatrician with that kind of facial hair, okay, so, sorry, I don't really know how to finish that joke, but the point is, you kind of look suspicious.
Come on, Riley. Let's get going.
Alright. Bye, Angie. Hey. She's all alone, isn't she?
Riley. Doctor, is she strong enough to walk?
Certainly. Aside from the memory loss, she's got a clean bill of health.
Maybe you could show her around the ship a little, Riley.
You think that'd be okay?
As long as you don't enter the restricted areas. She's been bedridden for a while. Some exercise would do her good.
Thank you, Doctor. What do you think, Angie? Want to go for a walk with me?
Angie, want to join the army? Want to pick up a rifle and find out what it means to take a man's life?
Okay.
Glad you agree. Good kid.
I apologize for my absence. I'm afraid the laboratory called me back in for some time. I've just reviewed the reports. Ship 2 was discovered at the bottom of the crevasse, I believe.
Yes, my lord.
Well done. Very commendable, you two.
Oh, thank you, my lord.
But, regrettably, I cannot say the same for the choices that followed. If you had reported as instructed and followed its course instead of attacking it, they might not have escaped. I believe my instructions were very clear, were they not?
Yes, my lord.
I'd rather we don't have another miscommunication like this. But you understand, it's because I love the both of you. Yes, I do this because I love you. Very, very much. You know that, don't you? Now then, let's begin the calibrations.
Okay, this has gotten a bit uncomfortable.
Yes, my lord.
Thank you for your kindness.
You needn't thank me. I do all of this for you, my dears. After this, everything should go much more smoothly. Yes, without a doubt, there will be no more failures.
Wow.
Interlude. Gift from above.
going to do the interlude, obviously. Because, like, if you guys think I'm going to skip something just because it's going to turn out to be some very tedious anime bullshit, well, obviously you haven't been watching this stream. Or at least you haven't paid any attention.
Angie, would you please hand me the wrench with a 12 on it? 12. Oh, here it is. That's the one. Thank you. Hey, you can go play in the mess hall if this is boring. I'm sure someone there would love to hang out with you.
Not to sound racist against sailors, but I really don't think like anyone on a battleship who wants to hang out with like a random 12-year-old girl, that's the kind of person a 12-year-old girl shouldn't hang out with.
Then again, they'd probably fight over you. It seems everyone likes having you around.
Yep.
You're like the guardian angel of this ship. Angel? It means you're beautiful, inside and out. Nuh-uh, Riley. You're the prettiest on the ship. Outside and in.
Okay, I'm kind of starting to regret my choice to go through all of the extra stuff.
Aw, that's what makes you so sweet. I wish we could keep you aboard forever. But not all dreams come true. Do I have to get off the boat? Not now, but eventually, yes. This ship is headed for the front lines of battle. We can't just take a little girl into a combat zone. I'm sure the captain will take good care of you. Maybe drop you off at the next port. Hopefully you can get your memories back by then. My memories? Are you scared to remember?
Oh my.
I understand. Not all memories are happy ones. But it's sad that you can't remember the people you love. Love. Like family and friends. Maybe even a boyfriend.
Ew. Reverse cooties.
Oh, I'm pulling your leg. Come on. We've still got a lot of repairs to do. Let's see. The Ragnaline chamber's been looking unstable. I assume it's just wear and tear, but I guess I'll have to shut everything down and test it first. Valve 5, I think. Huh? It says it's tired and stressed out.
Oh my.
Huh. Wow, you're right. Valve 5 does look pretty worn. Angie, you really are an angel. How'd she figure it out? That would have taken me hours.
Riley! I thought you were watching Angie.
She's having her checkup at the sick bay.
Good timing. The captain has decided what to do with her.
Well, I might not like it, but food has been a bit short lately, so,
Oh, so it's already settled. Wish we could have had a little more time together.
No, you got it all wrong. Angie's not going anywhere.
Huh?
She'll be staying aboard for now. The captain wants you to look after her.
But that means Angie could get caught in the crossfire.
That's what I said. We're already knee-deep in enemy territory, to say nothing of the cold. But the captain determined that if she leaves now, we can't guarantee her safety. Still, he didn't seem too keen on the idea himself. It felt like something was weighing on him.
Like what?
Sorry, I couldn't really get that out of him. In any case, I want you to keep her safe.
That goes without saying. Until her memories return and she's back home. I'll protect her. It's my responsibility. Well, that settles that. I'll go tell Angie the good news.
Hey, wait, I need to ask you about... Wow, she's completely smitten.
Very good, Angie. Splendidly done.
Doctor, how's Angie?
Riley!
Angie, you... Wait, what's that smell? Blood? What happened? Are you hurt?
Not to worry, Riley. Angie's in perfect health. We just treated a soldier who shot himself in the foot. It was an emergency, and we're understaffed, so Angie assisted me with the operation.
I was his helper.
We did one of them amputations.
You helped treat a bullet wound? That's amazing.
An temptation.
She was a little scared of the blood, of course. She was very brave and calm the whole time.
That girl really is an angel. Even when I was covered in blood and panicking, she just held my hand and smiled. Thanks to her, I managed to work through the pain, and this damn quack barely gave me any anesthetics.
I'll take that as a compliment. That reminds me, I need to disinfect your wound. Let me get the strong stuff.
Ah! Stay away from me, you madman!
Sergio, you're scaring him.
Merely a joke, Angie. Would you mind disinfecting his foot then? Apparently only you can make him feel better.
Okie dokie.
We've got ourselves a little nurse on staff.
Angie.
I guess that's preferable to the alternative of just making her a child soldier.
Pardon me, is Angie here?
Angie's at the sick bay right now. Is there something I can help you with?
Oh, I just wanted a hand peeling potatoes. Can you let me know when she gets back?
Sure, no problem.
Hey, Angie! Oh, Riley! It's just you.
Angie's helping out in the galley.
Well, I'm on laundry duty, so I was wondering if she'd like to join me.
Yeah, I'll tell her.
Angie, I've got some candy drops for you. Whoops, sorry, Riley. I was hoping you were someone else. Oh well, I'll just wait here until...
Get out! Jeez. Angie, that's all anyone can say. I want to play with her too, you know. If this keeps up, I'll never get to see her. No, Angie's not here.
Riley? It's me.
Angie! Sorry about that. Come on in.
I played with so many people today.
Seriously, everyone's pulling you left and right. Don't be afraid to tell them no, alright?
But I want to help out.
Except now you're really tired, aren't you? I can tell. You're still recovering. Don't push yourself so hard.
Sorry I worried you. But
what?
I don't remember anything about before. So I want to make new memories with everyone here.
Angie.
Oh, but I'm okay. I feel fine.
I feel great.
And everyone gives me treats when I help. I ate a lot of candy. Maybe that's why I'm so sleepy.
Then I think it's someone's bedtime.
Okie dokie.
Oh, but don't forget to brush your teeth.
Ugh.
Oh, okay.
You're no fun, Riley. I just wonder if, like, there's going to be some way to gain Hedgehog Angie's memories that involves, like, shooting a bunch of guys.
Making memories?
Yep. We're going to give Angie a night she'll never forget.
Okay. I'll get the vodka, you get the donkey.
Something she can remember us by, even after her amnesia's cured. Who knows what else she'll remember. I don't know why, but I get the impression that girl feels pressured by something.
I'm fairly sure that's what we in the biz call projection, Kai.
Yeah, you may have a point there. She's always running around trying to assist anyone she bumps into. Last time, I saw her helping Andre in the engine room. He was impressed by how quickly she picked things up.
Yes, I know. She may have potential as a nurse, but she'd make an amazing mechanic one day. She's a smart girl, and a hard worker to boot.
That's part of her charm. It's no wonder the whole crew is head over heels for her.
I think she's worried about her amnesia, though. She does all these chores to distract herself from it. So, will you help me?
It's not like we got anything better to do. You gonna tell us the plan or what?
Mm-hmm. Drum roll, please.
God, it's cold. Can anyone remind me why we're throwing a summer festival in the dead of winter?
Quit whining. Come on, at least try to look happy. Here she comes.
I saw the note to come to the mess hall and...
Happy Feast of All Spirits, Angie!
Oh my.
Sorry if we surprised you. The Feast of All Spirits is a Gallian holiday to show our love for the spirits of the earth. It's also a day when we give presents to people we love.
Oh, really? But I didn't bring anything.
That's fine. All that matters is that you have fun. So here, start us off, Raz.
Like, I'm at the risk of being the worst kind of nitpicker, namely the kind that doesn't really remember the nits, I guess the nits he's picking, but wasn't like in the first game, the Feast of All Spirits, wasn't that like a Darkson holiday rather than a Gallian thing?
I got you something real good. The finest bacon from Einhemd.
Or am I confusing that for something else?
It smells kind of funny.
Huh?
Einhemd? How many months ago was that? That's too bad. Maybe jerky would have lasted this long. You really thought rotting meat would make a good present?
Oh, but I really like it. Thank you, Raz.
Alright, next.
Your turn, Kai.
Here you go.
And this is... a bullet. Don't you think that's dangerous for a kid?
Made it myself. It opens up into a medicine bottle. I put a home remedy for upset stomachs in there.
Aw, cute. Raz and Kai, they're already like picking out presents that complement each other. First she can eat the rotten bacon, and then she can use the stomach cure.
So you could even eat spoiled bacon and be just fine.
Okay, next. Your turn, Claude.
Sorry. This was the best I could do on short notice.
I probably should stop trying to make fun of the game by pretending I'm more clever than it.
It's special stationery the Navy uses in the control room.
Wow, it's so pretty!
Writing nourishes the brain, so maybe it can help you get your memories back.
That was actually pretty thoughtful. For Claude. And last but not least, it's my turn.
A hand grenade, Riley. Oh, you really shouldn't have.
All that build-up for this? It's just a standard issue army jacket.
Well, yeah, but it's one of my cute ones, and I altered it to fit Angie. Here, try it on. So warm. A little big on me, but... Thanks, Riley! And Raz, and Kai, and Claude, and everyone else. I'm so happy I met you all. I promise I won't forget you. Never, ever. You gave me so much. These presents, these memories. I'll remember them forever.
Good work, squad. This mission wasn't exactly like our usual ones, but I think it went pretty well.
I'd say it went fantastic.
You got that right.
I love you, Riley. I love you too, Angie.
Aww. But come on. Really, guys. I can't believe they forgot to include like a little scene between Rex and Riley. Angie, I mean. Like, in general, it kind of seems like the game forgot that it had like a cute dog in it. I don't know. I wonder if he's like a last minute addition, so they like already made most of the cutscenes, and then at the end somebody decided, okay, you know what people really love? They really love the re-rate dogs account, so let's put in a cute dog. And then you know, they put in the dog but didn't have time to put him in all the cutscenes, which is a bit of a disappointment. But yeah, anyways, I think before we move on with the main story, we still got like a bunch of side squad missions to take care of. Also, there's still one DLC mission, so I think we'll have a look at those. But first, I'm going to take a short break, and I'll be with you shortly. Probably 5-ish minutes or so at most. Catch you guys then. apologize if the mic picked up that little bop. Anyways, yeah. Anyways, I hope you guys took the opportunity to get something to drink, or maybe to snack, or do whatever it is you wanted to do during that little break as well. And let's get back to it. Let's see what our snipers are up to.
Aw, I messed up another mission. Why can't I do anything right?
Come on, Nash. I don't remember you being like all that more having like many more infuriating moments than anyone else.
Great work out there, Leonhardt. You too, Aladdin. You really pulled through today.
Just today? Try every day. Besides, seeing those imps shooting at women makes my blood boil.
If you ask me, that mission was a real snorefest. They sent in a prince to do a pauper's work.
Those guys are so skilled. They may be snipers like me, but they're in a league of their own.
It's almost like I'm what, 15? A mere child?
How can I be cool like them? What's their secret? Hi, Aladdin! Hi, Leonhardt. Are you doing target practice?
Oh, Naish. Guess my secret's out. Even I have to train sometimes.
Well, I'm not practicing. I'm just hanging out.
Not very convincing while you're still aiming, Leonhardt.
They're both so talented. Maybe that's why there's such a big skill gap between us.
So, did you need us for something?
Well, yes. You see...
You want to know how we keep cool under fire? Don't you worry about that, my dear. A man's duty is to protect the women around him. Stick with me, and no harm shall befall you.
Please. On the battlefield, there's no male or female. Only binary that matters is dead or alive. Besides, Nage, you're a better shot than you think. Back in training, you were one of the better snipers. Maybe even the best.
What? No! That's... Oh, I'm not even close.
Ah, you're pretty cute when you get all flustered.
Aladdin, buddy. She's like 12.
I guess, but... I can stay calm during training, but in real combat, I get nervous and start messing up. That's why I want to learn how to be cool. Like you.
If you're here to work on your confidence issues, then go home. The battlefield's no place for that.
Oh.
You could have seen a psychologist or joined a sports team. Instead, you went to war. Why's that?
Well, it started when I started torturing the neighbors' kids. Then I went on to killing them, and then there was like that one drifter, and
If you can't answer that much, you'll never be cool.
Don't take Prince Charming there personally, my dear. He hasn't a clue how to treat a lady. Something wrong, Naish? You look a little down.
I can't stop thinking about what Leonhardt said yesterday.
Oh, you're still hung up on that?
Yeah. It's hard to ignore a guy called Prince Charming.
True, he did finish training at the top of his class. He can talk the talk and walk the walk. But as often as he brags about his natural talent, he had to train day in and day out to get there.
Really?
His parents were so obsessed with having a perfect son, he spent his childhood being worked to the bone. He dropped that tidbit on me while we were practicing, in the middle of his usual born this way boasting.
I had no idea. But now I understand how he got so skilled. Does that mean you have a secret to success too?
Well, I'm very horny.
It's not like I'm hiding it. I've got a rival to beat.
Oh.
I was on track to becoming the Federation's best sniper, but someone blew my high score out of the water.
Are you talking about Deadeye Kai?
Yes, not much of a story to it. Challenged her and lost. My pride was shattered. My reputation was ruined. Next time, however, I'll come out on top. Until that day, I'll be practicing around the clock. I even shaved my hair off, so I'll never forget why.
Oh man. Okay, I gotta say, that's a pretty power move.
So that's how you keep a cool head. I mean, I always figured you and Leonhardt were just, you know, natural geniuses at anything you try. But now I see that every skill takes hard work to develop.
Something like that. All I know is that I have to bust my hump just to keep from falling behind Deadeye Kai. And from what I heard, Prince Charming has his own reasons for working as hard as he does.
You don't say.
Oh, sorry, I got a little carried away there. Time flies when you're talking to a cute girl. If I say any more, I'll invoke the wrath of the prince. And if that happens, it's off with my head.
I see. I wonder, what motivates me?
I wouldn't lose any sleep over it, my dear. The answer will come to you in due time.
I sure hope so.
Man, 30-year-olds who spend all day chatting up 16-year-old girls, those guys have all the answers. The wisest people there ever were. Anyways, I guess now it's time to shoot some guys. To build some confidence.
We have our next mission.
Ah, this map again. Okay. Yeah, okay, we don't want anyone to die, which, you know, fair enough. And we don't want the enemy to get into like a specific area, and we want to capture the base camp. So let's see. I didn't. Nope. That was the wrong button. I wanted to check gear. Actually, maybe if I just press the option button, then that wait, but I can't actually. Weird. Okay, because you know, usually there's like that option to manage the squad or whatever the option is called, but that you like get a chance to switch gear before you head into the mission. But I guess for these side missions that's not an option for some reason. Anyways, in that case, let's check this stuff out.
Hey, Miles. They'll be okay, but I do have to apologize. I should have been able to dodge those blasts.
Don't beat yourself up over it, Miles. Tanks are big targets, and attractive ones at that. If you weren't such a skilled driver, the Hoffen would have blown up months ago. And everyone here knows it.
Thanks. It's just so humiliating being unable to move. Dan's APC was right there, and he dodged it fine. I have to work on becoming a better driver, and avoiding...
Hey, Knock it off with that jibber-jabber.
Dan!
An APC ain't no tank. Of course it's quicker. You're driving second to none. You want to work on something, work out your legs, not your arms.
So, like, the pedals for the accelerator, and the brakes, and the clutch?
Not your legs, you dingus. The tank's.
Oh, I get it. If you fortify the treads, you could take a direct hit and still...
That's what I said.
Wait. Okay. I mean...
Used to drive a tank myself. I'd be happy to help you out.
Well, I guess there's like mortars that have like the added effect of slowing down tanks, so I guess that's what it's for. I got a bit excited because I was kind of thinking that maybe it would be like an order that like gave people additional movement range, but oh well, maybe next time. Speaking of which, can I...
Guess I'm alone. Well...
Okay.
Welcome, Captain.
Don't get carried. Nicely done. You're.
Okay. I mean, I feel like we're still moving in the right direction. And we can buy ourselves some new weapons.
Oh, hey, Claude.
And then also slap them on the like appropriate guys.
All done.
And I think before I do that, well, I'm going to go see for the tank if the tanks can do anything. Just like anything I can do for the tanks. Somehow.
All done, Claude.
Somehow I keep like messing up. Don't really want to go for those upgrades since I don't have any space for them anyways. Oh, this though, that I can do with. Sure.
Wow.
Oh, actually, speaking of which, I can slap that one in there. And some more movement points. Sure, not gonna complain about this. Let's see, anything cool for the cactus? Sure.
Wow.
Okay, maybe not.
Well done.
I feel like this one's probably a good choice for my snipers. Let's see. Oh shit. Oh well.
Wow.
Okay.
Don't know.
Okay, and let's take on that mission. With our new upgraded sniper rifles.
We have our next. All right, you are cleared for
Oh, I'm still so nervous going into battle. But I have to work my hardest.
Wait, get back here, Leonhard! That's an order!
Huh? What's going on, sir?
We found Imperial civilians in the town ahead. The moment Leonhard heard that, he went AWOL.
He crossed into enemy territory alone? It's too dangerous out there. Please, send me after him, sir.
If she's going, so am I. We'll bring Prince Charming back.
I appreciate it. You two have my leave.
Okay. Huh.
Roll out the red carpet.
Okay, first thing first, you really wanna get into cover.
Be gone!
There. Go ahead and do this thing. Very convenient.
Please report your...
Yeah. I guess. Yeah, it looks like they won't be able to flank us that way, so that's already good. Okay. But yeah, okay, it's blocked off from this side. I was about to say that I was kind of surprised by how easy it looked like it was going to be taking that base camp. But yeah, I guess not quite.
Call the shot.
Oh well.
My hair is so shiny.
Yeah. I'm actually not going to take that shot because if Naish takes a shot as well, that means she's also going to lose some ammunition, and I don't think we
perfection.
Like that won't be necessary. So you know.
The enemy has begun their counterattack.
Can I do this?
Requesting intel on the enemy strength.
There we go. Bam.
Target eliminated. Keep up the good work.
And quite make it up there. At least not this turn. So.
Roll out the red carpet.
Can I have eyes on the trooper? I do. Which is fairly useful since while I think I can take some shots from the scouts, the trooper is going to be a bit more trouble. Do I want to move up?
Got a hot bowl of soup waiting for you.
The enemy
Yeah,
has
like
begun
so.
their...
Okay. Preferably don't want to hang out right next to them, to the explosive barrel. Okay, calling in reinforcements. That's... yeah, shit. Come on, buddy. Ah. Oh fuck. Okay, that's actually fine.
On your knees.
Although now it means he's turned away, which means that like everybody else would have been able to fairly easily run up on him. But since they didn't, I'm not going to complain.
Oh, right!
Nice. Keep up the good work.
Is that the enemy?
You're not cold, are you, Claude?
She looks like the enemy.
I'm so sorry!
And as much as my instinct is to go for the explosive barrel all the time, figuring maybe it would be good to wait to do that. Until there's like more enemies bunched up. Like, you know, so.
Please hit!
Gotcha. Triple kill.
Call the shot. It's cool. I've got your back.
The enemy has begun their counterattack.
Bullseye.
Target eliminated. Keep up the good work.
Winter camo doesn't look half bad.
Okay. So there's guys there.
Make way! I never miss, you know. Be gone!
Wait.
Sean.
All allies have been taken out.
I wonder, I kind of forgot.
Keep an eye on the enemy's
I
movement.
don't quite remember what the time limit for this mission was. Now I kind of probably got myself into a bit of an awkward position doing what I just did. Yeah. Ah! Oh no. Wait a second, the enemy probably... okay, 20 turns, and we don't want them to get into the designated area.
Make way! I never miss, you know.
Probably means it's a good idea to keep Leonhardt
Great job. I knew you had it in you.
over there after all. I kind of forgot about that part of the mission.
Yeah, the
Oopsie.
snow's pretty, but quit staring at it.
Oh well. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Not great, not terrible.
Long live the prince! Hail to the king, baby.
Okay, I guess I'm going to move him back here, back up after all.
Shot through the heart.
Ooh.
End you!
Their threat gives away their position.
Charmed.
Nice shot. There's one over there!
There you are, Leonhardt!
Oh, Neige, did you just...
God, what the hell? Bitch slapping me like that? Do you even know who my dad is?
I'll smack you till the blood runs down your legs! What were you thinking running off like that? Don't you ever do that again! Do I make myself clear?
Oh boy.
Uh-oh. I'm so sorry. Oh, that was way out of line.
Go figure. I suppose you can be assertive when your friends are in danger.
Sorry about that.
You should be proud for expressing yourself. Oh, right. We're not really at leisure to stay and chat. Let's finish up here and be on our merry way.
Okay.
Can I do this?
Ow.
Target.
I wonder, we didn't see any enemy aces this time around.
Roll out the red
I
card.
wonder if that like means there aren't any, or if we just haven't seen them yet.
Leave the driving to me.
But it doesn't really feel like there would be any more places for them to hide. Maybe
Call the shot.
somewhere on the right there. Maybe the tank wasn't it?
You might want to study the enemy's deployment.
Might I?
Make way!
Okay.
A royal conquest.
There we go. I hope we've all learned something about believing in ourselves.
By the way, Leonhardt, why did you run off like that?
I'm looking for someone. I was raised by a nanny and her son. They're my family, at least more than Lord and Lady Strauch ever were. But they're Imperial immigrants. So when the war broke out, they were accused of being spies. They fled before the military police could arrest them. I never found out where they went. So when I heard there were civilians here, I thought, just maybe.
No.
Looks like I was wrong again, though. But that's fine. I'll find them. I'll find them if I have to fight through the entire Empire.
I get it now. Your secret to being cool is fighting for the ones you love. That's why you practice so hard with Aladdin.
I told you, I don't need practice. I was born this way.
Oh, right, of course. Sorry, Your Highness.
And we've got ourselves Nay rank 2. Yeah, that's actually... Okay, so...
I think I've learned something through all this. Aladdin and Leonhardt don't have a secret to success. They just make the most out of what they're given. If I have courage and work hard, then I can do the same.
I will not tolerate you going AWOL again. Am I understood, Leonhardt?
Dude, who are you to order me around?
He's our commander, that's who. And that's Sir, not Dude.
So, Dude.
Any other officer would have thrown you in the brig by now. Do you want to get court-martialed?
A prince kneels for no one.
I'll look after him, sir. Sniper to sniper.
Thanks, Aladdin. Keep an eye on him.
Oh, hi there. Excuse me.
You again. What is it now?
Well, there's something I'd like to tell you.
How could anyone say no when you look so serious? I'm all ears, my dear.
See, I've been working on my confidence issues for a while, but it wasn't until I spent some time with you guys that I realized how much effort you put into things. That's how I finally found my own motivation.
Well, I'm glad I could show you something. I mean, sometimes I play a bunch of War Thunder, so spawn camping is sort of a second nature for me.
And that is?
Protecting you two, along with the rest of our squad mates. Someone has to keep Leonhardt from going AWOL again. So, I'm gonna work hard to improve my skills. Sorry, I didn't mean to come off so high and mighty, but
I see it now. There, in your eyes. The spirit of royalty. These are your first steps on the road to rule.
Oh god. Now Leonhardt's hitting on the 16-year-old as well.
Huh?
He just says his little one-liner, then waltzes off. Oh well, I suppose that's Prince Charming's way of rooting for you. You've earned his respect.
Oh, I see.
You know what, Neige? You're pretty cool yourself.
No.
Thank you. I mean, well...
Or maybe you've still got some work to do.
Sorry.
Ooh. Uh-huh. Ooh, signs of change. And we've got some new stuff to learn about them anyway.
Honor, pride, and regret.
Okay. Let's see, what's up with Mabel? And Viola and Fleury. Honestly, I don't really know what Mabel's whole thing is. Like, actually that's not Viola, that's Rebecca, isn't it? Anyways. Honestly, out of these three, I only remember the one that's incredibly French.
What's all that racket over there?
Oh, those three are at it again.
Lady Rebecca, what, pray tell, were you playing at? Why did you withhold Ragnate from your comrades? Could you not see their wounds?
They were superficial and a waste of good Ragnade. Those whiners just needed to rub some dirt in it.
A waste, you say? What use is a medic who hoards medicine?
I have my own ways of doing things. Besides, people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. What do you call a gunner who can't shoot a gun? Always sneaking away from the rifle range to play with that sword of yours. Don't think I hadn't noticed. It's no wonder your aim never improves.
They just had to go ahead and mention swords. Now all I'm thinking about is how cool it would have been if there was like proper melee combat in this. I mean, I can't really think of a good way to make it work, but you know, hitting stuff with the sword is always very fun.
You're both full of it. Just do whatever we damn well please. Rebecca, that Ragnade is Federation property. You don't decide who gets first aid, you give it. And you, Fleuret, do you even know what year it is? Only officers can carry swords, ceremonial swords. How can either of you demand respect if you disrespect the rules? Let's talk this over and come to a solution.
Now see here!
I'm not the one bringing a toy sword to a gunfight.
A toy? Say that again! I dare you!
Rebecca, Fleuret, and Mabel aren't getting along, huh?
That's putting it lightly. They're at each other's throats. But if you ask me, it's simply a matter of getting to know each other better. They're good people. They just need a nudge in the right direction.
In that case...
Oh my. Do I smell another mock
I had to
battle coming
reassign
up?
sleeping quarters after some random personnel changes. In other words, you're bunking together now.
Oh no.
All of us?
Doesn't matter to me.
I can't help but feel that there's an ulterior motive here. Is there a reason for the reassignment, sir?
Nope. Like I said, totally random. Incidentally, you're also being assigned to the same fire team tomorrow. That'll be all. Dismissed.
That's enough sword practice for today.
I'm a mature streamer, I'm not going to comment on that.
Is that shouting I hear?
What are you getting all snappy for, Mabel?
I'm sure you can guess. Don't play dumb with me. You said Fleuret is completely useless, didn't you?
Well, yeah. She can't shoot for shit.
Maybe so, but are you really a crack shot yourself? If you can do better, you should help her improve. Throwing insults behind her back doesn't help anyone. The only one being useless here is you.
Now hold on.
Oh, do you have some criticism for me? Let's hear it, Mr. Know-It-All. I'm right here.
Fine, I'm sorry. Jeez, way to fly up the handle. Just let me off the hook, okay?
Mabel, were you just, how you say, sticking up for me? And you really let him have it. I've never seen you lose your composure like that.
I come from a long line of proud soldiers. The Drake family tells it like it is. And I still haven't seen you at the shooting range. Why do you keep running off to play with blades?
My father was a knight. An honorary title, of course, but he practiced swordsmanship every day. He was an honorable warrior, and I hope to be one too. That is why I follow the code of chivalry. Knighthood means living and dying by the sword. Guns are for weaklings and cowards.
Are you calling Federation soldiers weak and cowardly?
No, that's not what I meant. I can't give up my passion for something I don't care about. Sorry for taking your time. Let's head back to the tent.
I mean, honestly, with the whole knightly thing, you kind of expect her to be a lancer instead.
Did she pass out already?
Seems that way. But she's talking in her sleep.
No, Please, I'm sorry. It's my fault. All my fault. No, no, no!
Lady Rebecca, what's wrong? Wake up!
Ah!
You were having a nightmare. Are you feeling all right?
It's nothing. Nothing but a bad dream. Don't worry about it. You two should get some sleep. We have a mission to go on tomorrow.
Okay, let's see. What is this mission that's going to unlock some deep trauma inside Rebecca?
Allow me to brief you on your mission.
Oh, this map. Okay. Okay. Gotta capture the base camp and don't get captured ourselves, also not die. Let's see. Did we bring along? Okay, so Claws are going along with us.
That will be all.
This can't be right.
It's far too late to call off the mission now, sir.
Good point. Sorry, everyone.
We're at war.
I'm fine. Doesn't change my job either way.
You three are totally unfazed. Glad you're on my side.
Okay.
Try not to get shot, girls. And if you do, don't come crying to me.
How cruel! Have you no compassion?
Hush! You can nitpick each other after we win.
Okay. Two enemy camps there. Yeah. Probably the idea is to take out these two. I mean, I don't know. I'm like half tempted to call in some sort of like Minerva or someone. Anyways, to call in someone to like just rush through there. But that's probably not a good idea. I don't know. It would be kind of funny if I like, I don't know, if I got like if I slapped like a defense boost on Fleury, maybe? Okay,
Try not to get killed.
maybe I'm going to attempt that one later.
Enemy spotted. Better off alone.
Expand our military control.
Try not to waste any movements.
Found them.
Eat this!
Okay, scout.
Keep firing!
And there's an ace. Okay, so shock trooper. Alright.
Keep calm and move onward.
These.
We're being pushed back.
Okay, this
We need backup.
is a bit of a problem. I kind of hoped I would be able to just sneak past him.
Good. That should make things a little easier.
But okay. Like like, I don't think I need these camps, like, as reinforcement points. I just want to take them out so they don't rush us.
All set.
Shots fired!
Dead
Good.
on arrival.
Target
Good, I
destroyed.
was about
Very
to get
good.
sort of annoyed if, like...
Enemy spotted.
I kept missing all those shots.
Nice job. Keep
Or
up the
like
work.
if none of those shots turned out to be headshots. Hey, Gatling camped out next to actually I think I'm going to call in. Let's see what Nash learned about confidence.
I'm good.
All units, prepare to intercept.
How about you?
Keep firing!
Okay, that's a short trooper. There's a scout.
Better range.
Think I can.
Uh-oh!
Night! An honorable death.
No!
Find that!
Okay, that's good.
Shit, they took our
I
base.
am a bit worried about that dude back there, climbing down the ladder and rushing our base camp and taking out Mabel. Nope. Yeah, like so. But he's got a set MP1, so... Okay. That's... Good thing I'm kind of over-leveled. Although...
Just as I thought.
Although I wonder if I'm actually over-leveled, like... I feel like we unlocked some of these...
Not happening.
We're fine. Minimal damage.
Like, obviously the enemy is, like, much worse equipped than we are at this point, but I feel like we
can keep going.
we only unlocked some of the characters that we are using right now fairly late in this game, at least more later than levels we are facing right now.
Advance!
Then you maybe shoot down?
How about you?
Not really. Yeah, maybe.
Night!
Okay.
No!
Shots fired! Find some cover!
Okay.
Oh, right!
Oh. Yes, there we are.
Try to aim carefully. Ah!
Disappointing.
Shit! There goes our trench!
Oh well.
Can I do this?
Still, I'm going to try again.
Gotta keep cool.
Oh, maybe. Right. Ah, that's.
Try to aim carefully.
Okay.
Please hit!
Okay, that one did good. I guess the hitbox on that bar was a bit.
This won't even be a
Was a bit bigger than I expected.
Oh, right!
Okay, now. Okay, honey. Kaboom.
Aye, aye, sir!
I'll join you!
attacking! They're good.
Everyone, do your best out there. Now's your chance. Go for it.
Like those medium tanks that got rearward facing machine guns.
Aye, aye, sir!
But I think before we deal with that, we worry about that tank. I think
got me
I'll
marked.
try my hand at
Keep firing!
engaging in some counter-artillery. Well,
No, sir!
okay, actually.
Sir, yes, sir!
Keep calm.
Nice try.
Aye, aye, sir!
Ah, they're firing at me.
Sir, yes, sir!
Whee! There we go.
Kill confirmed. Not bad out.
Not that he is going to drop anything good at this point, I think. Like anything useful to us at this point, I mean.
Okay, moving out. We have to do this.
Shit! There goes our trench!
Let us see.
Contact. All troops, take your positions.
Watch out! They're on to you.
Come on, God. Come on,
Incoming!
buddy.
Shots fired. Find the cover.
Oh, wow.
Advancing.
Keep firing!
Right there.
Don't stop. You've got to break through.
Okay, still I'm going to pull the Hafen back, so it hopefully won't be... Like, they won't get any shots on my... It's weak point, and at this point...
You're gonna be a dad soon, you know? Huh? What was that?
Oh no.
Fire!
Hostile reinforcements!
Okay,
All allies have been taken out!
and I feel like that by doing that we took out most of the resistance we're going to face. Okay. Okay, are you going to rush, try to rush our base? Good luck with that, asshole. Nice try, buddy.
Won't hurt a bit.
Eh.
Keep calm and move onward.
Let's break through their line.
Ah. Okay, no, actually not. We can still make our way past it.
Here I come. For the glory of Squad F.
Not bad out there.
Engineer, shopkeeper.
I'm a Federation officer.
They got you
I
in
will
that
not fall here.
I mean, even without, like, giving her any, special abilities, you can, like, almost, like, tank a bunch of those shots.
I'll hit him.
It's just like two guys. Okay, let us see.
Understood.
I guess I might as well use some of those guys we
Get the jump on them.
actually are supposed to use for this mission.
I'm a one-woman army.
Let's provide support with the
Well, you can't win them all, I guess.
Feel that breeze. Oh, I miss the great outdoors. Animals are so beautiful.
No.
Enemy spotted. Commencing attack.
Circle of life.
Okay.
Commence operation. Fire.
Okay. Like if you'd missed again,
Keep the pressure going.
I would have gotten a
Target
bit mad.
destroyed. Very
Not gonna
good.
lie there. Yeah, I feel like I'm very much over leveled for this particular mission.
For victory.
I'm sure if I keep repeating that often enough, that's
Federation
totally not
officer.
going
I
to
will
come
not
back
fall.
to bite me in the ass.
I have you. How was that?
They might be soldiers after all.
Now,
Let's all get a drink after this.
That's the spirit. Keep it up.
think maybe. In theory, I could hit him. Or at least hit his cover. Which is also a good thing, because now I can do a little something called...
Moving out!
A little something like this.
They've got you in their sight!
I have you! A true display of skill.
Nice shot.
Area clear. Mission complete.
Mabel, Fleuret, you alright?
Of course, Commander. We're both... Maple, you're covered in blood.
I was careless. Got clipped by a stray bullet.
Hang in there! Medic! I need Ragnade now!
I'm sorry. Our supplies were all used up in the fight.
Out of my way! I still have some Ragnade left. Help me patch her up!
Right!
Rebecca?
I'm not gonna lose you. Not anyone. Never again. Don't you dare die on me.
So they went to... I mean, obviously we didn't get a lot of money or experience for that, but... I mean... it seems like that particular spot story was like... I was supposed to have done that one a lot earlier than I did.
That should do it. You'll be right as rain in a couple days.
I'm real grateful.
Don't thank me. Thank Rebecca.
You're right. Thanks, Rebecca. I'm only alive because you still had meds.
Do you always keep extra for a rainy day?
There was a time when you gave out Ragnade like candy, right? Another medic told me about it. You'd run to heal anyone who got so much as a scratch. They'd all laugh and tell you not to baby them.
Lady Rebecca used to be like that?
Until one day, I blew through my Ragnade in minutes. That battle dragged on for hours. All I could do was watch my friends die, one by one. I hear their screams whenever I sleep, but I keep waking up, still alive. So every morning, I promise myself I won't lose anyone else.
Maybe we should all be more careful with supplies.
Rebecca, you care about our squad mates' lives more than anyone here. I was wrong about you.
I'm glad we all learned so much today.
Forgive me for calling you cruel.
I suppose I owe you an apology, too. I didn't mean to call your sword a toy. It's just frustrating, seeing how hard you work at everything but marksmanship. I only wanted you to take your rifle training seriously. I'm sorry for insulting you instead.
Apology accepted. Now, Lady Rebecca, please accept my own apology. My father was an honorable knight, you see. And that's why I follow the code of chivalry, to live and die by the sword!
Okay, I understand. I didn't know it meant so much to you. You did fight with honor and bravery back there. I'll give you that.
But it doesn't change the fact that you'll never get permission to wield a blade in a combat zone.
I mean, maybe not permission, but... like, at least I think it would be kind of cool.
Listen, I say this because I care. If you don't improve your aim, you won't live by the sword. You'll die by it.
Really don't, how you say, mince words. Nevertheless, you've given me a lot to think about. Do you mind if I sleep on it?
No. Okay.
You want me to help with your firearm training? Next you'll be telling me Porcavians can fly.
Boing.
So, does that mean you've come to a decision?
Me. I think you've won me over. I always felt that relying on guns is weak and cowardly. But that isn't the case at all. A true knight uses the best tool for the task at hand.
I couldn't agree more.
Take our last mission. We all fought with honor and courage. It's not the weapons that matters, but how we use it.
Exactly, I keep telling girls the same thing.
Thus, I promise to devote myself to gunplay and swordplay. From now on, I shall take my marksmanship seriously.
Glad to hear it. I'd be happy to help you make up for the practice you missed.
That's all well and good, but remember, safety first. Don't go shooting yourself in the foot. Oh, but before we begin your training, this is for you, Flore. Karen stitched your torn holster back up for you. Try to take better care of it next time.
I'll treat it like my sheath, Lady Rebecca. But why is there a teddy bear stitched onto it now?
Karen said she made it cuter for you.
Oh, she shouldn't have.
Oh my god, so cute.
Huh?
Mabel, do you like this kind of thing?
What? No, of course not. I'm a proud soldier. I don't care about that cutesy stuff.
I think Karen has some other patterns too. Ooh, like bunnies and kittens.
Really?
Take care not to tear your uniform, Lady Mabel.
It's not like I do that on purpose. Enough of this. Your training begins now, Flore. We'll start with a mock battle, just you and me.
Wait, what about target practice? Is this your way of taking revenge?
Don't be dramatic. We'll use non-lethal rounds. Though I have no intention of holding back.
Lady Rebecca, would you be so kind as to heal me, should the need arise?
Nope, that's a waste of good ragnade.
Have you no heart?
I guess they've grown closer.
Can't you tell? They're best friends forever now.
Aww. She's a gun knight. I mean, gun knight, that's a pretty good name for an anime, I think. Okay. Okay. And... I wonder. We come down.
Unfortunate souls.
Okay, I think I'm going to do one more sports story. And after that I'll call it a night. Although before I do that, I'm going to say it, just since I noticed I haven't done so all episode. And yeah, I don't really expect like I'm going to I mean, look, I just don't want to tempt fate and have like a repeat of the situation where I had to redo the whole DLC stuff because I forgot to save the first time around.
Found it. So this is the Federation's dirty little secret.
Oh.
The stories were true all along.
Right?
But maybe I should wait to report back until I can gather more evidence.
Ooh.
Scott and Norid. I know you're there.
Yes, sir! Huh. I could have sworn we were being sneaky. Impressive.
What are you doing here?
Well, Scott here was on guard duty. And I was just passing by when we heard noises coming from the restricted area. So, here we are. Yes, sir! Let's use our indoor voices, Scott. Someone else might hear.
Yes, sir.
Yes! Thanks. You really are good at following orders, aren't you? Now then, Azusa, mind if I ask you the same question? What are you doing here? If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were snooping around for classified information. It kind of looks like you're a spy. Maybe for the Empire?
Boys, please. Why don't we make this our little secret? If you keep this between us, I'll do anything you want.
Oh, I get it. You're trying to seduce us? No offense, but I'm not interested. The whole mating thing, it just isn't for me.
Huh?
Oh, don't worry about keeping us quiet. We're just curious is all. If you don't want to tell us what you're up to, that's fine.
Buddy, I'm not sure.
Honestly, I could care less about military secrets.
I don't know. Like, I'd like to think I've got a fairly, you know, laid-back, easygoing attitude, but I think, like, military secrets, that's like one thing where you kind of want to be a bit of a stickler for the rules.
And Scott here won't try to stop you unless he's ordered to. No, sir!
You're kidding, right? If an officer caught you letting a spy run free, you'd be done for.
Oh, hold up. Why don't we talk somewhere roomier? I can't stand being cooped up like this.
Huh? Hey, wait!
Feel that like the great outdoors. Yes, sir.
Are you really not going to turn me in?
That's what I said, isn't it?
You might as well report me. First I got caught, then my charms fell totally flat. Maybe I'm not cut out for this.
Oh, sorry about that. But like I said, mating and stuff isn't really my thing. See, I'm from another country too, far to the north. Up there, I lived in harmony with Mother Nature. But the higher the human population, the less room left for animals. Breeding with you would be irresponsible. For me, animals are the only children I want. Mother Nature's the only lover I need.
Look, man, I feel like sometimes like why even bother making jokes at this point?
I get what you're saying, but the way you're saying it is totally weirding me out. That's not just me, right?
No, sir. But you catch my drift about the beauty of nature, don't you? Yes, sir.
I seriously can't. You boys don't have a care in the world. I kind of envy that.
I wish I was real stupid too.
Truth be told, I'm a spy. Not for the Empire, though. If I told you where, I'd have to kill you. Let's say I'm from the Far East and leave it at that. Long story short, I was raised by a clan of assassins.
Oh, sure. Sorry, I just noticed that my drink is kind of running a little low on battery, and just gonna put in my charger. I'll be right back with you guys. There we go.
I've been conducting espionage since I was a child. That's why I joined the squad. My mission is to find out what the Federation is hiding, then report back to my clan.
Should you be telling us all this?
Of course not. But you boys reminded me of something. All I've ever wanted was to cut my puppet strings. A life without anyone or anything tying me down.
Is that so? Want us to help you?
Help me? With what?
Cut your strings. I can't stand the sight of a caged animal. And the same goes for people. After all, humans are animals too. We're meant to be free. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
How about we make it seem like you died in combat? You can slip away, and they'll be none the wiser.
This has to be a joke. Why would you stick your necks out for me?
You're overthinking it. I love nature, which means I love freedom. And Scott's just that nice of a dude.
Okay. So I guess we just gotta fake Azusa's death.
Allow me to brief you on the upcoming operation.
And Marie's in on it too? Maybe? Okay, maybe not. Okay. Okay, sure.
You're cleared for deployment, squad.
Pay attention, Scott. I'll go over it one more time. Once the fighting starts, we detach from the main force, and then we'll help Azusa escape.
Aye, aye, sir.
Norad made me an offer I couldn't refuse. But are these boys really here to help me? It's too good to be true. Either way, all I can do is try to lay low. Let's wait and see how things shake out.
Okay. Okay, and we gotta just kill everyone and don't die. That seems fairly doable.
Moving out.
The terrain's bound to give us the advantage. My finger's shaking too bad to pull the trigger.
Sniff him out.
Prepare to intercept!
Okay. I wonder. Maybe I could... Nah.
Stay frosty.
Hello?
Sniff him out.
Expand our military control.
There's a sniper.
Stay
Yes,
alert.
troopers.
Inattention costs lives.
Fight.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Okay, there's a scout down there too. He's maybe going to be a bit of an issue. Potentially.
Understood.
If I can, however, just shoot at him from up here.
Fight.
Like, by being a bit of an issue, I mean, the troopers I don't think they have the range to attack Azusa. That's how they said it.
Naturally.
Like, I don't think they have the range to attack her from there, so...
Hunt them down.
Keep fire!
Okay.
Survival of the fittest.
Nice. Keep up the good work.
Not quite the range I wanted. Oh well.
Naturally. Hunt them down.
Okay.
Enemy tanks! Be careful!
Enemy tanks? I just chalked it up to chatter. Like the radio chatter, not
Good.
really having
That should
anything
make things
to
a little
do with
easier.
what's actually going on in the mission.
Sir! Yes, sir!
Appreciate your enthusiasm, Scott, as always. Let's wear some flammen.
I'll hit him!
Be smart and stick to cover.
There's one, no, two enemies up ahead. Open fire, Scott!
Aye, aye!
Good. That takes care of that. Next up... Wait, what are you doing? They're already dead. Scott, would you... Cease fire!
Yes, ma'am.
You gotta mind your words. Scott's like a genie. He'll do whatever you say exactly as you said it. Tell him to fight, and he won't stop until he drops. So, be careful what you wish for. It may come true.
That's impressive. Way too literal, but impressive.
Yes, sir!
I should have expected as much from you.
Well, yes, sir. Okay, I feel like that was a fairly successful phase. Okay, guys in the grass. Nice try, buddy.
Attacking!
Feel that breeze. Sorry.
They're good.
Understood.
We're pinned down!
Let's see. Maybe I can spot some more
Sniff
stuff.
them out.
Keep out of sight as you proceed.
Okay, yeah.
That was wonderful. Another job well done.
Okay.
I smell the light. Stick to the shadows.
Okay.
Don't let them jump you from behind.
Let's see. Can I get a shot on that dude with
Feel that breeze.
Norrid? Yeah, looks like I can.
Sorry.
That doesn't
Target
look very
eliminated.
comfy.
Keep up the good work.
Get ready to intercept.
Aye, aye, sir!
They're firing on us!
Nice try, buddy.
Go, sir!
Don't let your equipment freeze up!
Okay.
You're spotting enemies before they even know we're here. I don't know how you do it, Azusa.
Comes with being a spy. Though it helps that my sense of smell is stronger than most. Chemicals, body odor, even lies. I can sniff it out plain as the nose on your face.
Wow, amazing. So that's how you found us yesterday.
Pretty much. Your scent is rather unique, Morid. More like animal musk than body odor.
Really? Well, I'll take that as a compliment. It means I'm in touch with my wild side.
As for you, Scott, it's obvious how hard you work out. The scent of sweat is pretty strong on you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, don't get me wrong. It's not a bad smell. Just a healthy, natural odor. I'd even call it manly.
Oh no.
What, you get turned on by B.O.?
Huh? Of course not. Don't be ridiculous.
Hey, Azusa, please don't hit on Scott. He's like, I feel like mentally he's like even less developed than a lot of the 15-year-olds we've got in our squad.
I was just joking, but based on your reaction, I'm starting to wonder.
Yes, sir.
Drop it, okay? We are on a mission here, and we need to keep moving.
That was wonderful. Another job well done.
Okay. So, I'm thinking... Yeah, there might be some enemies here. And also here.
Moving out. The Veiling.
Please confirm the enemy's position.
No enemies back here, so...
I'm looking forward to hearing good news.
Probably behind the house. But just in case, I'm gonna lob a grenade into the grass back there. Just...
There.
Who knows, I might get lucky. Yep. What, buddy? Yeah, bad idea.
Sir! Yes, sir!
Okay, so I guess there's enemies in both. Oh, like that? Okay. Ooh, that's nice.
Fine.
Secret agent Zaki. I wonder if he's like... That name. So, sort of
Mother Nature
Japanese.
is all around us. You can count on me.
If that sort of Japanese sounding name would mean that maybe he's like
Be careful when handling liquids.
from the
They
same
can easily freeze.
clan that
Commencing counterattack. Follow my lead.
Target eliminated. Keep up the good work.
Okay, good. And let's... Now we just gotta flush out the guys back there.
Keep your eyes open.
I smell the light.
Oh, you guys see me.
Assassin leaves no trail. You're mine.
Okay, that's
Show no
number one.
weakness.
All in a day's work.
Done and done.
And...
Yes, sirree!
Oh,
Aye, aye!
just changing stuff up.
Escort team, report your status.
Let us see.
I'll hit him!
Yep. And I think that should be all of them. Yeah. There we go.
All clear. Now let's get while the getting's good.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Asusa. This way.
If you say so.
Whee! Ooh. Looks kind of fancy. Probably still not going to use it because I kind of like having some more long-range firepower with these kinds of guns. But you know, still neat.
Good thing the rest of the squad is drunk on victory. I think we broke off unnoticed. Here's your chance to leave, Asusa. You're free now.
Come on, get.
I didn't expect you to actually go through with this.
I told you, I'm on your side. Scott, too.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it was an honor fighting with you. Take care out there.
No.
Hmm?
Thank you. Both of you. But I think I'll stay with the squad.
Huh? Why? You can finally cut your strings loose.
I thought I had nothing left to tie me down here. But now I see I've got two friends who care about me.
Aww.
We've come this far. If I ran away now, I'd be leaving you both in the lurch. My conscience just won't allow it. And besides, I actually like being on the battlefield.
Let me guess. You get off on the smell of battle. Sorry, I was just ruffling your feathers. But if you don't cut and run now, you'll never be free from your clan or from the army, right?
Not necessarily.
What did you just tear up?
The classified info I stole yesterday. I've decided not to report back to my homeland. If I have to be someone's puppet, at least I can choose who gets to pull my strings.
I gotcha. All right, if that's what your conscience says, then who am I to try and stop you? Maybe this is your first step toward a life that's free. Like I said, humans are animals too. We long for freedom, sure, but we're social creatures at heart. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
That's right. That's how I feel about you, my viewers.
Well then, no reason to stick around here. Let's regroup with the others.
Yes, let's.
Aye, aye.
Okay. Roots of nature.
Oh good, you're back. I was worried when you disappeared.
Sorry about that. Took us a while to shake those bogeys off our tail.
In any case, I'm glad you're all safe and sound. Head back to the ship and call it a day.
I'll do just that. Thank you, Commander.
Oh, right. Sorry, Scott. Do you have a moment?
Sir, yes, sir.
Something wrong, Commander?
No, I just have a couple questions. Someone found evidence of a break-in. near the reactor, in the restricted area. I believe you were on patrol that night, Scott. Did you see anything unusual during your watch?
No, sir.
So, you didn't see anything? Nothing at all?
Nothing, sir. I didn't see nothing.
Wow.
I was just patrolling, sir. Just following orders.
He can talk.
At ease. I'm not accusing you of anything. You're a fine soldier, and an honest man. If you didn't see anything, that's that. Thank you for the report.
Sir, yes, sir.
Well, that was unexpected.
Yeah, we can thank our lucky stars. That was close.
No, I meant how Scott actually spoke up. With something other than a yes, sir. And it was to cover for me. Thank you.
No, ma'am.
He's just that good of a dude. Besides, he said he didn't see nothing. Technically, he told the truth.
Like a literal genie. You boys are beyond belief.
Right back at you. Whoever heard of a spy with a conscience?
Point taken. I'm just not cut out for espionage.
Sure, you're a lousy spy, but you chose friends over freedom. That makes you a rare breed. For a human.
I guess I'll take that as a compliment? But you're right. Whether I'm tied to an army or a clan, I'm still free to make that choice.
Hey, you hear that? I think there's an animal out there. Come on, Scott, let's go check it out.
Yes, sir.
There's always a string attached.
Okay. But, hey. Uh-huh. Okay. So, yeah. Let's spend some of our experience and money and then check up on all the law.
Guess I'm alone.
And after that I'm going to call it a night. Because I've been at this for a while.
Welcome, Captain. Don't get careless. Nicely done. Marvelous. Incredible. Done for the day?
Oh, hey.
Wow. Did I play it? Huh. Okay, I was just wondering, since this variant's got like this longer magazine, that meant it's got more shots, but I guess not. Anyways, yeah. Yeah, I think it's actually now at this point it's worth taking it over the brown. Better range. And still fairly good anti-personnel capabilities. Yeah, I think now we want to go with the landfill. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. don't really know if like having slightly better anti-armor stats is going to do much. I guess it... I guess gun emplacements kind of count as armor in this, right? Like those Gatling turrets and stuff like that.
All done. Wow, whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yes. I still think I'm going to go with the SB9.
All done. Done.
Yeah. I guess being an Imperial super soldier isn't easy either. Oh man. Okay. Ah. Okay, so I guess that answers some of the questions. So I guess there are airships, which means probably like zeppelins. Yeah. Clash at Fort Gasbrook. On the 5th, we received a special report from one of our war correspondents assigned to keep an eye on any activity on the front lines. According to our source, a mysterious ship has executed an assault on the Imperial stronghold Fort Gasbrook. The attackers broke through their defenses and disappeared toward the east. Earlier this year, we reported on sightings of a ghost ship on the Crystal Sea. Could this be the same vessel? Currently, we don't have enough information to say if the vessel is Federation or Imperial. However, if this report is true, its assault on an Imperial stronghold may be the final clue as to its allegiance. Oh, and we even get an interview with some paratroopers. As the fighting continues and as military technology becomes more and more deadly, many nations have turned to exploring avenues of attacking from the air, rather than risk land combat. Enter the paratroopers, who drop into the combat zone from high above. We caught up with the newly formed Federation paratrooper squad for an interview. Using parachutes and other devices, these brave soldiers drop from high altitude into hostile territory. These aerial ambushes can flank and disorient enemy units, leading to a significant tactical advantage. According to one elite squad member, air-to-ground attacks are going to be a substantial part of military tactics from here on out. Average troop and equipment counts are rising every day, even beyond our own military. No longer are victories won in a single decisive clash. Now, armies struggle against each other in extended wars of attrition. However, some speculate that paratroopers could be the ones to break these stalemates, making them vital military assets. Despite these high hopes, these paratroopers acknowledge that some things still need improvement. Most importantly, their landing. Right now, the success of their descent may hinge on local wind and weather conditions. It will take more training and development to solve this issue, but it seems clear these soldiers of the sky could change war itself. Honestly, that wasn't much of an interview. There was like one quote in there. But yeah, so we're all caught up on the news. We didn't get any new medals. So yeah, I'm going to save once more and then I'll finally call it a night. Catch you guys next time. Hope you enjoyed yourself. I certainly did, even though I'm now very much ready for bed. Bye.